There we go. Aztec is first. Yeah, I was up late and I woke up late. That's my bad. I goofed that one. Howdy, Crimson. Let's see. Let's bring that live. Pause it. JM Digital. Wow, that late, huh? No, you're on the other side of the planet, so. Hello, Mark Gibson, Gary T, SPC3D. Burning Gems. You got it, Burning Gems. Be safe. Well, I gotta fix that. The middle two legs are missing their feet, so it's flexible. So everything vibrates when I touch the table. Hello, Stan Lee. What is it? 3D printing professor has it, and he loves it. It's got some issues, but worth working around, and probably will be fixed for the release. Like, I assume I'm going to have to swap the filament runout and Z-axis limit switches. But I am super excited to have an Idex printer. I've been wanting an Idex printer for so long. It's the right way to do two-color printing. Hello, kitty. Nope, I need to turn that one. Well, if you haven't noticed, I finally got the new table set up. So I got my shelving behind us. That's the old table I was using. I have to put that out in storage. And I have my table. There's the cat tree. I'm getting that table set up. That's all my Amazon stuff I'm working on. But I just about done. It's almost there. I gotta finish cleaning up that little bit right there, and I gotta rotate that shelf 90 degrees because I want to move this table against the wall. You know, this way, just slide it down that way, 30 inches. But I need to move that table to the right, and it's 4 inches too big. I have 4 inches too little space. So I got to rotate that shelf so that I can and move this table 4 inches that way and over. And that'll give me more space there. The only bad news is I don't need the space over here. Hi, kitty. Oh yeah, much easier to clean. But that's the table I brought from Pennsylvania. This is the table I got here in New Mexico, and because it's a longer table, it's an 8-foot table. This one has 6 legs, and the center 2 legs are missing the plastic feet on the bottom. And because of that, the whole thing it bows like a bow and arrow string. So the whole thing Has a little bounce to it. See, I can really get that bounce going. So I gotta measure it, figure out the loft, and print out a little feet for the center two legs so that I can support those center two legs. Might be something temporary I can do. No, anything I have is cardboard. It's not going to hold up to the stress. So I finally have a proper workspace. The living room is finally mostly cleaned up. I got a little bit of stuff left here I have to take care of. The CR6 SE is going to stay here on the table, as well as my Ender 2, because I want to compare the CR6 SE with the new CR6 SE and see how they differ. So I want them both on the table. And next week we're going to do the Ender 3 Max. That's the almost CR10 sized Ender 3. So yeah, finally getting this mess cleaned up. Looks like I might have to put a curtain over the door though. Even with the carport, that's a lot of light coming in there. So a little curtain over that door to help resist some of that light coming in there will help a lot. Nothing yet. Let's see, get rid of this, get rid of this, get rid of this. Don't need that. Anycubic Photon. Everybody is going to be fire sailing all of their resin printers. So if you don't mind replacing screens every few hundred hours, you can get a pretty decent deal, because they're all going to be switching over to this. I have no inside information. This is my assumption. They're all switching to mono screens because it's just superior in every way. The prints are faster. The screen lasts 4 to 5 times longer. Basically, it's no longer considered a consumable item. On top of that, because the layer times are shorter, the screen lasts even longer. Because you're not turning the screen on as often. So you're going to see a lot of fire sales on the original RGB LCD resin printers. So if you have a need for a lot of resin printers, it'll be worth it to grab a couple of these if they're cheap enough. 136 pounds for a resin printer, even if you have to replace the screen every few months, is a damn good deal. So something to consider. If I didn't already have 5 resin printers, 1, 2, 4, 5, 6 resin printers, if I didn't already have 6 resin printers, I'd consider grabbing a couple, just because the screens are $30 a pop. You buy 4 or 5 screens, keep them as a stock. They all use the same screen for the most part. How about 250? I don't know what the best resin printer on the market right now is, but I've been getting fantastic results with my Creality LDR 002H, the one with the black and white screen. That's a 0.2 millimeter layer height, so real thick layers. And red is always sus. Just remember that. Red is always sus. See that? When that's what you exist as, you're always suspect. I'm waiting for brushes to come in so I can properly paint them, because that looks like crap. I want to print a full-size imposter now. I found out they're exactly 3 foot 6 inches tall, and I think I can print that. So I want to try to print a full-size one. Nolsey's playing on the cat tree. They love the cat tree. Resin printer with a big build plate. As far Crimson, the direct drive King Rune. I'd love to get one. I'm keeping an eye on that. As far as big build plate, you have the Anycubic Motto and the Iligo Saturn, which is supposed to be released shortly. Be careful of the scalpers trying to overprice it. Even the CR10S5 isn't big enough. I'm going to have to cheat, and I'm going to have to stretch the imposter vertically, make him skinnier. Because the biggest I can get him let's see, recent, nope, models. So the biggest I can get him is 628 millimeters tall on the Chiron. And if I were to manage to get my S5 out, I can only make him 786 millimeters tall. Now, how big is 3'6"? So that is 36, 42 times 25.4. I need to make him 1,066 millimeters tall, which is not quite enough. So let's see if I use the Chiron, since I don't have the other one assembled yet. I disconnect that and make him 0.3 tall. Ooh, that looks a little goofy. Yeah, I don't want to do that. I mean, it would work, but let me show you what I'm looking at. That would be him full-sized. And that just looks a little sus. I don't like that. So I could probably go 900. 900 doesn't look too bad. So on the S5, I could stretch him. Yeah, it would work on the S5. Well, see, I'm trying to avoid doing quarters because that's just nasty. So on the S5, it would work. I could stretch him, and it would be okay. Because cutting into sections sucks, and it uses a lot of freaking filament. By doing him as only vertical cuts, I can do it in 2 perimeters with a 1.2 millimeter nozzle, 0.4 millimeter layer height, and he'll print very fast and still be reasonably strong without using a ridiculous amount of filament. If I print him in quarters, then I have to start using judicious infill and walls where I don't need them in order to be able to join those parts together. And that's going to take a lot of plastic. You're going to double the amount of plastic you need to use. So by not cutting him into horizontal sections, that fixes a lot. A scab or something from something. I was picking at it, and now I got a scab. But I always do 0 bottom layers. That's a given. Although you do have to use 5 millimeters of infill, because otherwise the model has no structural integrity. You need to be able to hold the shape of the model at the top and bottom so that it doesn't warp and distend itself when you go to join them together. But yes, I use no bottom and top layers. They're all hollow. And he shouldn't need any support whatsoever except here. I contacted the modeler, no reply yet. I'm hoping they can modify him to make this more of a 45-degree angle. So it's not a flat area here, and the same with here. These are the only 2 little spots that are going to cause me problems. If I can get those to not be flat horizontal islands, I can probably do him in vase mode. Damn near pretty much. The crotch won't be a problem. You won't see that. And it's vertical enough that it should print cleanly. But yeah, otherwise I should be able to print him all in vase mode. And eventually I'd like to print 10 of them. But that's a lot of filament. I mean, Jesus. Greetings from the UK. So 400, 800. So if I made them 800 millimeters tall, that's still within the realm of reasonable there. How much filament would that take? Why is it printing this? I mean, it's fine, I guess. So that right there, printing him completely hollow with no top bottom at all, just the shell, is 2.5 kilograms. So it's going to be over 3 kilograms when you add the breaks and the multi-layer aspect of it. So yeah, a lot of filament, and that's just for the 80% model. The 100% model is probably going to be closer to 5 kilograms each. Maybe not that quite that much, but close. It's going to be over 4. Need that footprint. Start making it. Footprint? Oh, yours. I know who you are. Slow systems can also be caused by memory leaks. So if the software is a bit sloppy, it's leaking memory, fill it up. No, that's supposed to be a Among Us astronaut. Oh, right there. You see that game Among Us? I'm absolutely addicted to it. I've played one game on the phone and haven't played any other game just to try it. I'm just addicted to watching other people play it. But that would require me to be able to scan or model my feet, and I don't have that capacity. Oh no, I'm going to do a 50%. I'm going to do a 400 millimeter tall one. So I'm going to max out the build volume here, which would be 450. So I'm going to print one like that. And that's what I'll probably print 10 of. And that would require 1 kilogram of plastic. So about 1.2 kilograms of plastic because I haven't added the support or the bottom layers. Exactly. It's a leak somewhere in the code. I don't care how much RAM you have. If you have a leak, you're eventually going to fill it. Yeah, photogrammetry of yourself is pretty difficult. Yeah, go to YouTube and just do a search for Among Us. It is absolutely addictive. Basically, you are 10 astronauts. 2 of you are imposters. The objective of the imposters is to kill all the astronauts. The objective of the astronauts is to suss out the imposters. It's the way these people skull fuck each other, gaslight each other, and just all around fuckery. It's so fun. Oh yeah, you have to have voice. I would never do it without voice. That's why I got disinterested on the phone. Because typing out, forget it. On the phone though, on with voice though, oh my god, the it's good. The way some of these guys are scary. They're evil. If these guys decided to become evil villains, the world would be screwed. Cause man, can they talk some and spin some bullshit. Wow. No. Resin prints also have a glass transition temperature, and they can melt in a hot car, and that is different from resin to resin. But it is better than PLA. It's more like PETG, a little bit better. But I don't know the exact details. I do know it's different from resin to resin. But resin also has a glass transformation temperature, a plastic deformation temperature, and you can't exceed that or the part will warp. I don't know what that is though. So yeah, I want to print. I printed these guys here. The one where the guy opens his mouth and a spike. um, that's a little hard on welfare god. Pocket pussies need to be soft, not hard. And hard is easy to seal against the environment. You know, just use polyurethane, some kind of epoxy coating. Soft is hard to seal and still retain softness. So that's a little more difficult. Oh, really? They're very flammable, huh? I'll have to try that one day. Flamethrower astronaut. He kills you with flames. You must have a very well sealed apartment because even a high end PC is only drawing 1,000 watts, and 1,000 watts ain't doing shit. For me to heat this house, it's only a 1,400 square foot house. To heat this house with electric, I would need what, 8 or 9 kilowatts of heat. Yeah. I don't know if I've seen experimental resins that flexible, like an Eiffel Tower you can bend in half. You have um, who's that company? Makes the blue resin, the tenacious resin. But they have a resin called Tenacious that's very tough, a little bit flexible. $65 a kilo. No, Soriatech, that's it. Soriatech has one called Tenacious that's very tough, but I wouldn't exactly call that flexible. Like, like Ninja Flex flexible. Ninja Flex flexible is like, this kind of flexible. But there are resins that are this flexible. I remember at World Maker Faire like 4 or 5 years ago, there was somebody who they custom made their own resin that was that flexible. I don't know if it's available yet though. Yes, we're putting this together today. It's a little chilly. I'm turning the fan off. And my buddy Ender loves his new bed. This is one of those beds I got on that review thing. I would never buy this on my own because it's $78 and it's made of cardboard. But he loves this thing. He'll sleep in that all day. He likes being up here next to me. So that gives him both the ability to be next to me and a relaxing spot. So he absolutely loves that bed. Yeah, $78 for cardboard. I thought the blue was a high res hard resin. Is it flexible? I turned the camera. This camera is portable. See? Well, on a tripod. Oh, you mean from before? Yes, 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 yes. The whole room is completely rearranged. Let me show you again. Is this zoomed in? No, we're a max. Okay. So now I have my shelving units behind me. This is the table that we were working on last week, so I got to take that out to storage. And then there's all the Amazon stuff I'm working on. I was up to like 3 o'clock in the morning taking pictures and videos, and now I'm working on typing out the reviews, and then probably tonight I could start posting them. And so now everything's all cleaned up. Cat tree over here. Yep. Cheese house. Ender loves the cheese house. There we go. Oh, okay, cool. Bowden tube on the Ender too. Maybe that long? The answer to that question is both, Keegan. It's an Idex. So you have a print head here and a print head here, and those print heads can move independently. Obviously, they can't cross paths because they're on the same rail, but it's an independent belt drive and stepper motor for each motor. So this one comes out, does what it needs to do, it goes back. This one comes out, does what it needs to do, and goes back. And if your print is small enough, you could bring both heads out in the print mirror, where both heads will print the same thing. Well, this is from JG Maker. So this is not a Kickstarter to fund the printer. This is a Kickstarter for advertising prestige purposes, like Reality does. So this will ship. Let's see, what is it cost? So you don't have to worry about it shipping. That's going to happen. Now, how good it'll be, I don't know. 3D printing professor got it and he likes it. Couple little issues, but he likes it. So what is the full retail price? So that's the special price. That's the early bird price. That's the Kickstarter special. Okay, so $5.99 is the retail price for this printer. You can get it cheaper on Kickstarter. I don't get a kickback from Kickstarter. There's no affiliate account for Kickstarter, but that's okay. I'm just thrilled to have a Idex printer finally. So $5.99 is the retail price, it looks like. Actually, it might be $6.99. No, wait a minute. That's two printers? Okay, so no, it looks like it's okay, it's $5.99. The printer's $5.99. For $6.99, you can get two of them. That's $3.50 a piece. Holy shit. If I had $700, I just might get that. I don't have $700. Wow. That's really cheap. I mean, if you want to early back it, that's a hell of a way to get two Idex printers. Jesus. And it looks like the Kickstarter special, they have. Okay, it looks like there's a Pro upgrade to add a touchscreen, 32-bit board, optical switch, and a Meanwhile power supply. Hopefully this one has all that. The super early bird is $389 or $429. There's only one left at $389. And then if they run out of the $429, looks like there's no limit though. It doesn't say there's a limit. So $429 on Kickstarter or $5.99 retail. Well, Kickstarter kind of is a store. If you're an established manufacturer, it's a store. Isn't that nice? There's a YouTube channel for this bird, and they call him Tupac. I is he the one that died, or is he still alive? I don't remember. But awesome bird. He's a wicked awesome bird. They're so smart. And it's from another YouTuber. He's the one who died. Yeah, I figured that was the case because it was a while ago that I got this. So I was sad when he died. $600 for an IDEX printer is dirt cheap. And if you have the money, $700 you get two. Hello. But that's of course if you have the money to to blow on something like this. So when it's an established manufacturer doing this, it's essentially a store. When now you need to be aware of that because when you pay something on Kickstarter, that money is gone. There is no guarantee that you'll get anything. This is like you tossing some money in the stocks and the stocks tank and you get nothing. It's rare, but it happens. So you need to do your due diligence, do your research. Doing a Kickstarter from Creality or JG Maker or AnyCubic is safe. They're basically using it as a store, as a novelty. If it's a no-name company you've never heard of, well, use your brain. Actually, I think I have another one coming in that's a Kickstarter. Where was that one? Hang on. Hey, $5 from Jonathan Barnes. Thank you very much for the money, buddy. I appreciate that. Money buddy. I like that. Let's see. Where is it at? I just saw it. And I wouldn't have deleted it. I would have kept it. Here it is. Yes. So this Kickstarter is going to start October 21st. which is good. It'll be right around then when I start the video on it, because the printer will be here next week from a company called Kaiwu. So that'll be upcoming. Now, that's a company I never heard of. So Easy3D, yeah, I've seen they have a new printer too. I'd like to get one of those Pico hot ends. It'd be interesting for the Pico hot end would be interesting for that non-planar 3D printing because it's such a skinny hot end that you'll be able to go more off axis and still not have an impact. Oh, WeDo is doing an Idex as well? Cool. I have their enclosed printer and it's pretty nice. Oh, I agree. 32-bit, Meanwell power supply, touchscreen, optical sensors. That's worth the $85. Well, we're going to find out whether the kinks are worked out of this one. Because I know some of the early ones had issues, things plugged in wrong, stuff like that. 3D printing professor had that problem, but easy to fix. Not a big deal. You're backing stuff like crazy, buddy. Awesome. So let's start getting into this box. As you can see, it was one of the reasons I waited to do this until I had the table set up because this thing is freaking huge. It's a CR10 size printer, so it's really freaking big. Like I still can't even put it all the way on the table because of the monitor and stuff. I have another skinny table like the one I put in Michelle's room that I'm going to put right behind this table. And the idea is to put the computer and screens on that table. This way, this table will be completely clear for doing this stuff. I wish I could have gotten the CR6 SE Max. I would have loved to have gotten the big one, the 400 by 400. I just didn't have the money. Have to be careful how you spend it. Jesus, that's a big box. Probably because the Idex functionality takes more space. I gotta find a knife company wanting to sponsor me so that every month they send me a new cool knife to use on the channel. That'd be fun. Oh, they even tape the middle. I think I also need a fold-out table on the end here. Damn, that's heavy. So I can have an extension come out here, so I have more space to. It would allow me to put this on a table here, unpack, and then put the stuff here. Right now, I kind of got to play with it. Hey, all right, orange and yellow. Good color combo. Nice. Hey, that's not full. Someone cheated me. Parts kit. Okay. Power cable. Yeah, well, this is a pre-release unit. So this probably has been assembled and whatnot. I would assume it has been. Or they just really taped it up. Well, it looks pretty complete, so I don't know. But there's a very good possibility this has been opened. Because it's an early release. You know, it's like a beta release. That belt's loose. That's not going to work. They have a guide belt on here for the Z-axis, and it's loose as crazy. That's definitely not going to work for printing. And there's a loose screw. That's something you also have to look out for with these things. Is you got to look out for screws that come loose when they get shipped 15,000 miles around the world. Hey, 3D printing professor! I've been so looking forward to this printer, especially after watching your video, buddy. I've been wanting an Idex printer for forever. So, now that idler belt is completely loose. That's not going to do anything. It's just going to jump teeth. So I'm hoping there's something to adjust that. So you can see here, 2 direct drive extruder heads. So this one can come out, do its thing, go back, and then this can come out and do its thing and go back. Yeah, linear rail keeps everything very solid. The only thing I don't like is I don't like these ribbon cables. I really hate these ribbon cables. Although this one has proper connectors on the end. I think one of the mistakes that who's the company? Artillery. I think one of the mistakes Artillery made to try to make it cheaper. Yes, I know. That's why I watched 3D Printing Professor's video first. This one has proper connectors on the end, so this shouldn't have the kind of problems the Artillery printers have. So I'm hoping that'll be more reliable. Yeah, see, this has definitely been messed with. You can see here. I think this one might even be earlier than 3D Printing Professor's. This one's got handwritten number labels. 5, 4, 6, 3, 1, 2. So this one might even be an earlier model than the 3D Printing Professor's. So that's fine by me. You can see the way they make improvements as they go along. I wonder what this is all about. That's interesting. That's not something I've ever seen. Boy, that's a really stout heat block attachment. That ain't moving. Wow. Okay. Interesting. Oh, really? How? Oh, the nozzle is part of that heat break? So this is the gear drive for the direct drive system, and then this is for the nozzle. Nothing's happening when I push it. Ooh, that fan's loose. That's going to have to be dealt with. You can't grab the nozzle. There's nothing to grab. I'll have to use pliers or something. I'll play with that in a minute. Let me get this box off the table after we empty it. Nice spool holders and filament sensors and spools. Maybe. There's also just no way to grip it. I would need like pliers or something to grab it. If you guys haven't subscribed to 3D Printing Professor, I don't think you can click on their names anymore. You used to be able to click on the icon of a person and go to their channel. I think YouTube took that away for some stupid reason, but look up 3D Printing Professor. He's got a cool channel too. He also keeps his victims happy. They sent it to me. The company sent this to me. The vast majority of the printers I have come directly from the manufacturers. Just scared the cat. Run, kitty, run. All right, what's in the box? We have, I'm guessing this is for spacing. Yep, leveling test card. Ooh. Ooh. Check that out. Legit wrench. Very nice. Oh, I like that. I don't know if they're non-standard nozzle. If you push a button to remove them, I'm guessing they're non-standard. SD card reader with an 8 GB SanDisk SD card. I like the full-size SD card. Looks like spare ribbons, and it is a proper connection on both. No, these aren't spares. These are to be used because they're numbered. 2, 3, 6, 5. Either spares or we need them. But I like the proper connectors. That should make the ribbons a bit more reliable. Oh, nice. A purge bucket. There should be 2, yes. So we got purge bucket action. Nice. Oh, I see. Okay. It is a totally custom nozzle. Oh, they are totally proprietary. Holy crap. There's your nozzle. Yeah, that is completely proprietary. Which means I got to see them about a custom nozzle now because I want a 0.8 millimeter nozzle for this. I want to use one head at 0.8 millimeters and one head at 0.4 millimeters so that, yeah, this has been used. There's plastic on it. But like I said, this is early stuff. Good, because I want to have one large nozzle and one small nozzle so I can do big layers when I want to get part of a model done fast and small layers when I want high resolution. So that would be very interesting if we can figure out how to do that. Very interesting. Hi, kitty. Warranty card. I don't need that. Wow, that's a pretty nice scraper. Not so sure if I want to be using that, but especially with that. Come on, JG Maker. Cut that off. All right? Just take that point right there and lop it right off so it's a chevron right there. Because that's going to hurt somebody. Someone's going to slip and mess their day up with that. Hey, they're using the good ones. Like Creality uses. These are my favorite. I love these. Okay. Hey, the orange and green would have been pretty cool. Why would you even bother including that? Why bother? You can't even really use this. Well, actually, you can. It's direct drive. So these are somewhat useful with direct drive. Well, the problem is, if I print a 0.4 millimeter layer height and a 0.2 millimeter layer height, the slicer needs to know to do 2 layers with the 0.4 nozzle for every 1 layer it does with the 0.8 nozzle, so that the layer heights stay the same as it goes up. I'm not sure how the slicer would handle that. This must be the idler for the Z-axis. That's what that looks like to me. Whole bunch of wrench, a couple of Allen keys, and a whole bunch of bolts, which we will have to figure out where they go. As a matter of fact, let's go grab my tray. There it is. Another nice thing about having a steel table, magnets stick to it. So I don't have to worry about losing all this crap. Now the problem is this screw is loose in the box, so I got to figure out where that came from. Now the question is, can I... Ooh. Yeah, Simplify 3D sometimes does weird things with layers like that. Well, I'm taking up my entire living room for this. My living room is basically my lab studio. I would love to have a dedicated space for it, but, you know, that's for the future. Where's my mouse? Well, the primary Aztec asks, how do you take on douchebags, trolls in your channel? The primary method for handling trolls is yourself. In order to have any chance against a troll, you have to have no pride and no ego that can be bruised. You have to be able to let things flow off you like water and not bother you. If what they say bothers you, you've already lost. You've lost the game. Anybody remember that? Someone did a TikTok of that, and I sent it to my buddy Dill because he did that all the time with Stacy, and he got so mad. He's like, "That's dirty." I have no idea what the game is, but I know that's something he played. But now the question is, oh, it can be okay. So I can replace this with a Capricorn tube. Okay. In what situation would you use a 0.2 millimeter? When you want to wait 200 hours for a print that should take 100 hours and you want stupid, ridiculous, awesome details out of it. Like details you can't get with a 0.4 millimeter nozzle. That's when you use a 0.2. It's very usage specific. Yeah, because that's replaceable, you could just throw a piece of Capricorn tubing in there, no problem. In fact, if I can find it, we're going to do exactly that. In fact, I just had it. What did I do with it? Must be in one of the other boxes. I just had a piece of Capricorn tube. Dag nabbit. I don't know what I did with it. I just had a little piece of Capricorn tube yesterday. I'll find it and get it installed. Hello, 3DR CNC. We're doing good today. We're going to have fun with an Idex. Ooh, it's a mag plate. Oh, good job, JG Magic. Good job. I'm not a fan of this lip on the front because it means you really have to align it correctly to get it on there. But and they absolutely have used this. You can see this printer has definitely been tested and used, which means I might not have that reverse problem you had, printing professor, because they would have found that when they assembled this. Okay, so spool holders, filament sensors, purge buckets, bolts. Man, that is strong. I'm assuming that is the idler for the Z-axis. Spool holders. I don't know if these are extras or if these are required. I'm guessing they are required. We have power, so we don't need the power cable, and we have filament. I love this wrench. I'd like a set of these. Those are nice. Maybe. But that's part of what I do. That's part of what you do as a beta tester. You fix this kind of stuff for them. Almost every printer, except for the last year, almost every printer I've gotten has had problems, and I tell them how to fix it, and that's how it is. That's part of the deal, so I don't mind that. No, C920s or 720p, One's a C922 and one's a C930. I actually need to get a couple more, but they're expensive, so I've been holding off. If there's some, I wonder if some of the knockoffs, the Chinese ones, have gotten any good, because the review program has a couple of them in there. I'm thinking about grabbing a couple and just seeing how they work. Because I want to put another camera over here. I want to put a camera up here looking down. So I think this one here is the C930, and this one here is the C922. So let's see what this says. Brush boxes, idler, yes it is an idler, spool holders, gantry, base. So that is all there. Cut pliers, PLA filaments. Says orange and blue, which I would have preferred. They give me orange and yellow, but that's okay. T-shaped Allen key, toolkit, bicolor toolbox. What's a bicolor toolbox? There's something called a bicolor toolbox. I don't seem to have it. Power cord. Looks like standard bolts through the bottom. Idler goes out the back. That's easy enough. Looks like that's a spin knob too. One in, one out. Assembly does look pretty easy. I don't see anything that would... These are all marked, it looks like. Except these aren't marked. Okay, let's get started. Yeah, it says bicolor toolbox. I don't know what that means. They're not talking about the two colors of filament because that's also on the list. Yeah, that's what I'm thinking. Translation, it means something else. Let's see. That might be, they're talking about the spare nozzle. I don't know. Okay, let's get this over here. Jesus, that's hard to move. I want to try to find more of these. I really like these. Okay, these are our purge buckets. Those can go on last. They're going on top. Let's see what we got here. Actually, probably be better if I move down, but I can't move down because then I'll be out of camera. Ooh, nice CNC milled slots. Let me show you guys this. So, I like when I see this. Now, I know this printer is going to go together because this one's been pre-assembled, but I do like it when I see nice quality machining like that. That should result in nice straight construction. Boy, talk about a mess of wires coming out of here, man. Oof. And you can barely get to that one. I'm guessing there's one over here too. Yep, right there. That one got tweaked a little bit. You can see it's bent a little bit. There we go. What do you mean thread the needle? They don't just drop into place? They are threaded. Let's make sure I don't squish any cables or ribbons. That, oh, I see what you mean. It's through the case. But that's actually not a big deal. That's kind of like the CRX was. What wire boxes? You talk about these boxes down here. those are the junction boxes that come to the breakout board that goes to this ribbon cable. So it switches from wires to ribbon. So this is your breakout box, your junction box. Your wires come into here, go to a breakout board. No, I've never been married. And then that breakout board connects to your ribbon cable, which goes up the machine and connects to everything else. So where do these go? Are these spares? No. That would be here. There's a ribbon connection here. Pretty sure these go into here. Oh, I'm kind of like a praying mantis, you know, after I mate. They are spares? Okay, because they have different numbers. So that says 4. And none of these say 4. So they were still figuring out their numbering system when they did this. Oh, guys got to eat, you know. I'm like Red there, you know. I'm going to guess that these 4 long screws are for the gantry. It should be as simple as putting it on a wrench like this and feeding it up. We have praying mantises around here. I got one in. Yeah, that's no big deal. I'm used to that from the CRX where you have to feed it through. Is it not enclosed? There should be an enclosure. It should not be possible. Yeah, you can't lose them inside. There's a foam insert on the inside there on 3D Printing Professor. So if you let go of the screw, it'll just fall back out the hole. Just like the CRX. They copied the CRX in that regard. Now, of course, when you assemble a printer like this, you do not tighten those up because sometimes you need to wiggle a component a little bit to get them to line up properly. Make sure that is in there all the way. And if you tighten those up, you won't be able to mess with that. Yeah, there's nothing to worry about. I can feel it. There's a piece of foam. Basically, it's a foam block with 2 holes in it so that if you drop the screw, it's captive inside that foam hole and it'll just fall out the bottom. You'll be fine. Yeah, I bet. That was always a problem with the original dual extruder printers, is lining up those print heads. Yeah, I finally got the table set up. So I have my L-shaped table arrangement with my shelving behind me. I kind of wish I could move it this way more because I have more space here than I need. And I'd like to recover space out there, but you know, that's okay. Now, how does this one handle lining up the 2 print heads? I'm doing pretty good. Do I have a yellow glow under my chin? There's a buttercup flowers, yellow flowers. You put them under your chin and they'd reflect yellow light under your chin. It was pretty cool. As a kid, I remember that. Yes, I still have the bus. And I'm still planning to do a mobile makerspace. But like I said, that is a multi-year project because that's going to require funding. So how does it handle the impacts? Is it just designed correctly? No progress on the shed. It looks like I'm just gonna have to do it myself. Oh, I squished the plug. That's not good. I'm going to have to figure out how to do it myself, and I also have to make it 2 10x10s to avoid a permit issue. So I'm going to have to basically technically make the shed 2 10x10s because they changed the rules after the fact, and now it's 120 square foot without a permit instead of 200. And of course, the city was spying on me on social media and saw me requesting help with the shed. Let me get those plugged in before I mess them up. There's no way to adjust them, huh? Yes, I'm out in the country. It doesn't mean I don't have busybodies in City Hall. And that's exactly what they are, busybodies. Well, that must be for the bed. All right. Okay. I don't like having to do Z adjustments for stuff like that, but it is what it is. So now I'm going back and I'm tightening them. First printer, get an Ender 3 or an Ender 5. Well, the problem is they have police, guns, and courts. And you can't beat that. I do. So you have the cat tree here. Is Noel in it? No, he's not. And then you have Ender in his bed right here. He loves that little bed. He'll sleep in that thing all day. Eventually, I figure I'll get a couple extra cameras and have one looking at his bed and one looking at the cat tree and have those be insets in the video. Now, where do these go? I'm guessing these have to go on here somewhere. I don't see an attachment point, though. Like, there's a screw hole here. Okay, I guess that must be it. It must screw into there somehow. I guess these plug into here. Nice firm connections. I do like that. Hopefully that means these connections will hold up over time. I'm guessing these go into here. Am I doing it backwards? No, that don't make sense. Oh, it does have a silent board. Oh, wait a minute. Oh, wait a minute. These go here, don't they? Yeah. One. Okay. These are Z-axis. So I don't have spares. These are used. So 3 goes here. Well, that just broke. Looks like they used that a little too many times, but it is in there. So hopefully we are good. I do not like these delicate ribbons. Not a fan. Be gentle with these guys. All right, that's done. Yeah, gapping does look pretty good on them. Yeah, it does look pretty even. Not bad. I think I need one of these. And this. Boy, even with the idler, that's really loose. Either that idler needs to be bigger or it's supposed to be that loose. So I just did there is I put the idler in. Right there. Okay, now, how do these get installed? Yes, just remember steel is a poor material unless it's tool steel. Okay, those fans are a little noisy. So we're going to be replacing those fans. I'm not fond of these because it means that the lead screws are rigidly attached. And if the, damn it, that's loud. And if the lead screws are rigidly attached, they have to be perfectly aligned or you're going to get Z-binding. Buy any same size fan that is brushless and dual ball bearing. They're virtually silent. You don't have to buy a quiet fan. Just buy brushless dual ball bearing. These are brushed, and what you're hearing is the brushes. I did not ask you to do that. Because that is not connected. That is not going to work. But I still have some wires to connect. I wanted to move the Z-axis up. Okay, that is the only wire there, so that has to be correct. Man, they don't give you any slack. Come on, guys. A little bit of slack here. They just don't give you any slack. There we go. Where's this wire go? I'm showing the black one goes in black. Is there a limit switch somewhere? I have a loose white wire here. You know where this loose white wire goes? There's no connection for it. Oh, wait a minute. There's a connection up here. It was black, so I didn't see it. There it goes. Those are pretty obvious because one's longer than the other. Ow! Yeah, JG Magic. There is no point in using, advertising a silent board when you have jet turbines on the printer. There's literally no point. You wasted your time putting a silent board on this printer when you have turbines on the heads. So I'm going to have to upgrade those fans. And here's the 115 volt switch. Guessing the SE is over here somewhere. Here's the USB. And there's the SD card slot right there. Oh, that's not fitting right. Am I missing something? That's the SD card. Oh, it's upside down. There we go. Okay. Motion. Move axis. Well, why is this so tight? This knob has a... Yeah, this is loud. Move Z. 10 millimeters. Okay, the steppers are silent. But again, that's kind of pointless when everything else is literally a turbine. Did I miss a question? Yeah, but he's worth it. He cost me $700 at the vet, but it would destroy me if something happened to him. Okay. So there is a threaded hole here. My guess is I'm going to use one of these and one of these to put these in. And that does sit in the right position. I agree. I got to keep remembering that. I have a sound meter already. Matt1 UK asked about a sound meter. I have one already, but I don't know where it's at. It's in one of my crates. But the phone has a sound meter. Where's that little at? Where is it? Yeah, this is what's called a purge bucket. So when it's done printing, you know how you have a little bit of filament that oozes out of the nozzle? Well, what this will do is every time it comes over here, it hits that little scraper, which cleans off the nozzle. And if any filament comes out, this bucket catches it so it doesn't end up on your print. And when it comes back out again, it cleans off the nozzle. You can hear it. Let me give you a close up. So every time the nozzle comes in and out, it cleans itself on that little brush. So there is a sensor test. Where is the original one that I used to download? This might work. Second bucket. Yes, the brass does kind of concern me a little bit. That's from Edge of Tech. So from here, $55 dB, $56 dB. It's definitely not a quiet printer. You won't want this in a bedroom. I mean, it's not horrible, but it's also made worse by the fact that you have two of everything. But hopefully we can take this apart and work on making that a little quieter. What's that? A fan above our head? Yeah, well, there's one up there. But you're not going to hear that. That's silent. So, purge buckets installed, idler installed. Let's turn this off for now so it's not so noisy. And get these spool holders installed. This is a heavy printer. I am not a fan of the filament sensor being all the way up there. It should be on top of the heads. In fact, I might move that at some point. I'm still trying to figure out where that missing bolt went. I have a screw that came out of something. I haven't figured out where yet. Yes, it's set up for 115. The interesting thing is, only Europeans have to worry about voltage setup. If the voltage is set up wrong on a US printer, it simply doesn't work. If the voltage is set up wrong on a European printer, it blows up. I have a smoke alarm in every segment of the house, and I have CO detectors anywhere I have a heater or a stove. I am very conscious of the fact that I live in a mobile home and these things go up like tinder boxes. So, how does that work? So it looks like it's a straight bolt through the back and spin nuts through the front and side. These? Yes. Exactly. You always default power supplies to 220, 240 so that no matter who plugs it in, you're safe. So that is left, that is right. The problem is, oh, wait a minute. I think I know what I did wrong. I think I'm supposed to use these to hold this in. Oh, wait a minute. Maybe these hold this in? Because it shows 2 spin nuts being used, but that does not appear to be the case. Because I only have 2 nuts left, and I need 4. Because 1 has to hold this down, and 1 has to hold this on. And I don't think these are long enough. Oh, maybe they are. And I think I have these on backwards. Well, maybe not. Now I need the fan. Get a little hot. Okay. These are going to go on like this. The problem is, these screws aren't going to reach. So I think I'm not supposed to use the spinny nuts for the purge buckets. Hey, KKP3D. So I'm guessing I need to use these to install this. Yep. They are the right size, and this wrench does not work for these because it hits the trigger body. Yep, that's it. I strive to keep my victims happy. There. Now I have enough nuts to install these. Can you guys see this? Yes. These are all just finger tight, which is nice. This is going to plug into here. Just like that. Nope. No. Oh, there's a hole here for that. That's how that goes. Okay. There we go. Not a fan of this. This is no good. Especially as this head gets up to the top here. It's going to jam inside of the sensor housing. That is not a good design. I like the finger nuts. I think they should use that more often. Finger nuts are nice. These definitely need to be bent out. Not a fan of the filament sensor location or method. I'll probably just bypass them at some point. Yeah, sensor should be right here. Oh, you have one of these, Edgetech? A good view? Yes, it is. Oh, good. I'll probably do exactly that to turn them off. 3D printing professor says you can turn them off in firmware. Oh boy, this spool was totally loose. Well, that's going to be fun. Yeah, and it was jammed too. Oh yeah, there it is. Yeah, I knew that was coming. Yeah, I knew that was coming, so I figured just get it over with now. Okay. Are we free now? Yep, we're good. The end of the filament was loose, so I knew it was going to be tangled. So I figured find the tangle now and deal with it. How the hell did you wrap around the table? Oh, the cat would love to get a hold of this. I have to put locks on my cabinets in the bathroom. Well, it's just a bungee cord, but a locking mechanism because the cat will get into the cabinet and tear apart all the toilet paper. He will literally sit there and shred every roll of toilet paper. It's like, cat, you will die. I will skin you and make a hat out of you. There we go. That's all good. All right, that one works fine. Kind of. I hate filament sensors. Is this one loose too? Yes, this one's loose too. Right now, I'm going to. Hopefully, there's a sample file on the SD card I can print. Otherwise, I got to figure out how to set this up in Simplify 3D. Probably take an Idex profile from another printer and just modify it, hopefully. 3D Printing Professor asked what slicer I'm going to use for this. This one looks okay. This one's not tangled. No sample files! Oh no! That means I got to figure out how to slice it. Lame! Oh, really? Okay. Okay. All right, sensors seem to be okay. Well, that is set up. Let's see what's on the SD card. There we go. That's a little better. Oh, a whole bunch of stuff here. Okay. There is G code on here. Well, there's kind of no point in having this if you're not going to use both nozzles, Printing Professor. You just buy a CR10. Although the Kickstarter price is cheaper than a CR10. Okay, so let's get out of here. File, new, don't save changes. Now, what is on this card? There is sample G code on here. I have automatic mode, 16-hour, 17-hour, and 48-hour G code. Let's see what that looks like. Show you guys what this looks like. Oh, did this get turned? Yeah, this got turned. Yeah, this one's got all kinds of crap on it. So that is... Hey, it's a Totoro! Oh, I'm definitely printing this. Not today, but this is definitely being printed. None of this support is necessary. Absolutely none of this support is needed. Maybe this, yeah, this support down here is needed. So this stuff down here, you need that. And that could probably use support. But the bag, yes. That'll be okay. I'll make sure I upload this whole thing. But all this support on the front here, not needed. Okay, let's see what the rest looks like. So here's a 17-hour print. Oh, good point. That'll make it more visible. Oh, they have mirror mode samples too. Oh, a little dinosaur. So we want to change it to active tool head. So this looks like it's going to use a different nozzle for support. So you print the model with one nozzle and you print the support with another nozzle. So theoretically, you can use soluble supports. I'm guessing that's the purpose of this. This is a 48-hour print. Me too. Can't do it with these colors though. So that's not a multicolor print. Oh, wait a minute. I don't have tool head selected. Yeah, I do. So this is not a multicolor print. That's just a vase. Okay, let's bring up the Totoro again. I did. I printed a little cat bus. I did it in resin too. I want to print a big one. I love cat bus. It's like my favorite anime character, period. Cat bus. That'll work. There you go. Now, can I change these colors? I can't change the toolhead colors? Looks like I can't change the toolhead colors. So there's Totoro. The eyes, the belly, and the bag. So blue would be gray and green would be white. Yeah, this has nothing to do with what color. This is just showing you that this is using one tool head and this is using another tool head. No. Cat bus is literally a cat. That's a school bus. Or a bus. Hang on, I'll show you. Cat bus is the shit. Cat bus. Yeah, someone needs to watch My Neighbor Totoro. Yeah, I want a cat bus. Yeah, I want a cat bus. If you haven't seen My Neighbor Totoro, what the hell's wrong with you? Literally, every Miyazaki film is a must see. There's another scene that's really funny too. Oh, that's just a cover. A cat bus costume. God, give me help me. No, that's not it. You know, it'd be cool. A cat bus toaster, and it has to go meow when the toast is done. Oh my god, that'd be hilarious. Oh man, I need help. Well, Miyazaki. Okay, Miyazaki films are not kids' movies. They are normal adult movies that are just animated. So, trust me, watch some Miyazaki films. Watch Spirited Away. Watch My Neighbor Totoro. Watch Kiki's Delivery Service. Watch Castle in the Sky. Watch Laputa. These movies are amazing. I mean, these are world class, blow your brains out movies that just happen to be animated. Princess Mononoke, all of them. Even what the original one, the castle guy. Um, I don't even remember what it is, but Miyazaki films are the best. They are amazing. You will not be disappointed watching a Miyazaki film. Every single one of them. I don't think he's ever made a bad film. Oh, Porco Rosso was also great. I love Porco Rosso. So, this is a cat. So that's a cat that is not dual color. Castle in the Sky was amazing. I loved Castle in the Sky. Yeah, that does not even have support. That would never print. Not successfully. Okay, so there's a test. Switching color. So we'll probably print that first. Try it. It'll either ghost ban the link, meaning nobody will ever see it. That works. Or it will ask me to approve it. But once you do that, then I should be able to go find it and get it. Then I should be able to post a link since I am the owner. Yep, all of them. I have never seen a bad film from him, ever. That did nothing? Oh, that's the little box. So we'll probably print that first. Here's a 4-hour mirror mode, which we can't print because I don't got 4 hours. So you only put one up and it somehow knows to do the mirror mode? I prefer Simplify 3D because I've used it for 5 years, so I'm extremely familiar with it. And I know exactly what each setting does and exactly what result I'll get when I change a setting. There's no ambiguity. It's reliable. You can get similar supports in Cura. It's just going to take you a lot of work. Okay. Let's see. Currency fabrication. Search. YouTube. Artist D. I will save that and watch that later today. So if anybody else wants to see that video from the other YouTuber, it is that link there. And don't forget, if you guys want to support me without having to spend any money, if you haven't signed up for Ibotta or Fetch, you can use the links down below to sign up for those. And as long as you actually use the program and scan one receipt, I will get $2 to $4. So that's a way of sending me money for nothing. Okay. Well, let's go back to here. So these are different mirror mode prints. It's interesting that it doesn't show it twice, but it will print it twice. Oh, that's interesting. There you go. So you can print a shoe and then mirror mode it and print the other shoe. Okay, cool. Yeah, I believe it does have a news guard. I believe that is an option. So, come on. Is it a 2-color money cat? I want a 2-color money cat. No, it must be a mirror mode. See how it's off to the side? So it must be a mirror mode. All right, that's it for the G codes. Oh, here we go. French fries. Yeah, I got a whole bunch of files on here. Oh, that's cool. Now, if I did that where the blue was orange and the fries were yellow, that would even look halfway decent. That looks like a pretty long print, though. So now we have the frog. So this should be the tree frog. That's probably what we're going to print. The tree frog should be within our time span. Oh, that's not the same tree frog. Mobile phone holder. That's kind of cute. Oh, looks like a dog or cat. Yeah, it's like a kitty cat phone holder. You 4 or 5 o'clock. Yeah, where is that 2-color tree frog? Let's see. Well, plus I like seeing what they have. I got one more left. I'm pretty sure this is just the 2-color traffic cone. Yeah, that's just a 2-color traffic cone. So let me set up a drive for you guys so that you guys can get these. 3D printing, artist D files. So we have, oh, I gotta remember I can't do a drag and drop with Google Drive. It's a pain in the ass. Copy here. Let's see, we're gonna copy. Oh. Copy. Let's grab these. Copy. Copy. All right, I just created a folder, and that folder has all of the G-code files that came with my Artist D SD card. So if you click on my link down below for my Google Drive, and there'll be a folder called Artist D Files, and in there will be all the files I got. Let's see, Slice Software, Cura 4.4, Win64, model testing file. I guess I can put all of the models they have on here. So let's copy all of this over. There's all the models that were on there. No manual. There's an operational video. Ah, look! They're original purge buckets with 3D printed. Look. 3D printed purge buckets. Oh, their video's bad after 11 minutes. Their video's bad. It stopped working. Whoops. And then we have a few more STL files here. Copy. 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 There. Every G-code file and every STL file that was included on my printer is now on my Google Drive, so you guys can download if you want. And if you want to play with any of that, 3D Printing Professor, it's all there. So now let's go get the tree frog. I do not need Google Drive open anymore. I don't need Simplify 3D. I need my browser window. That is a 2-color tree frog, but I want the other one. There it is. In the description down below, there's a link to my Google Drive. So you'll see a link to my printing profiles. That's my Google Drive. Is it just me, or is it disturbing to look at that? Let's see, download all. And this is a file that was repaired by Lord Thrash. And the original file came from Nervous System on Thingiverse. What's the matter? Two-color tree frog. 7-zip it. Okay. So, new, add. What is the build volume of this? Wait a minute. Okay, 310, 310, 350. Okay. So we are going to start off with a CR10 V2 profile. And we're going to save as new artist D. Let's see. G code 310 by 310 by 350. Would have been nice if they'd have gone a little taller to make it 400, but that's all right. Update. Alrighty, so is it just literally a standard profile for this? Extruder. So add extruder. Extruder 2. Do you remember what it's called? Is it Tool 1 or Tool 2? I guess Tool 1. Since Tool 0 would be that. Where did I get 0.35? 0.4. Let's start off with 0.92. 0.4. Retraction of 1 should actually be okay. These are direct drive. 0.4. 0.92. 0.4. I don't think so. Just looks weird. 8mm wipe is good. 30 for the... Where the hell did point come from? 30 and 1. We'll start off with my standard set of profile instructions. Wipe 8.0. Yeah, we're doing pretty good, Ray. The minivan broke the other day, so I wasn't able to do the last big run for the census, which sucks, because that would have made me $225 in one day. But, yeah, I got ready. I filled the gas tank with gas. I was about to drive 100 miles up to Espanola, and my brake light and battery light both came on together. And those are two lights you do not drive out in the middle of freaking nowhere with. Driving around here, sure, walk back home. But 100 miles from nowhere with the nearest house that might be 10 miles away on a dirt road where you might not have cell phone reception, yeah, no, I'm not taking the car there. So it's weird, though. When I give it gas, the lights turn off. When I go back to idle, the lights come back on. But the battery's putting out good voltage. It's connected good. And the brake fluid is full. Exactly. Well, sometimes it's emergency brake, and also sometimes they're connected. So, for example, if you're undervolting, ABS system might um, get pissy because it's being undervolted, and so the brake light will turn on with the battery light. So I don't know. So that I gotta figure it out. But it's weird though. I think it's electronic. I'm a fat bastard, not a fat bitch. So get it right. um, it's something electronic because the fact that they turn on together and the fact that it turns off when I give it some gas, it's weird. I think I have a computer problem with this car. I got to pull the ECU and see if there's any corrosion inside there because this car has a known flaw. The ECU is actually in the engine compartment. So on the firewall in the engine compartment side is how you access the ECU. And what happens is the weather seal around that fails water ingress into the ECU and destroys the ECU. Because I have a problem where like the um, the cooling fan does not turn on when the car starts to overheat. Yet when I run the car through its self-check diagnostics, the fans turn on correctly. So it's weird. I think there's an electronic problem in ECU, and that might just be a furtherance of that problem. So I'm going to have to pull the ECU and see if there's any signs of water ingress in there. All right, so we're going to stick with it 0.2 millimeter layers. 3, 3, and 3 is fine. 80, 80, 30 is fine. Optimized for fastest print is fine for now. Let's see. And hey, let's see. Let's get some facts straight. I'm 450 pounds. I am a fat bastard. I need to lose this weight, or I got maybe 5 years left and I'll be dead. So, got to work on it. Skirt brim, 10 millimeters. Skirt outlines, 3. Let's do 20, 30. So I have more time for leveling. Infill, 20% will be fine. Support, nothing. Heat bed, 60. I have 2 extruders. And I'm guessing that's going to be T1. That's T0. That's T0. That would have to be T1, right? So 205, 60. Actually, no, we're going to do 220. And at layer 2, we'll go down to 205. 220, layer 2, 205. No, there's not. Remember, when Simplify 3D came out, printers were $5,000. So this was a bargain. It's just the way it is. I hear Idea Maker, which is free, is very similar to Simplify 3D. I have not tried it yet. I don't suggest buying Simplify 3D unless you know you're going to stick with 3D printing. If you know you're going to stick with 3D printing, I consider it a worthwhile investment, except I'm really worried they're not going to get version 5 out. You have to watch a previous video on that, but basically they don't make printers, they make software, and they have to profit from their software. Ultimaker can afford to do Cura for free because Ultimaker sells printers, and Prusa can afford to do Prusa Slicer for free because Prusa makes printers. Simplify 3D only makes Simplify 3D. They have to price Simplify 3D to profit. Right? We are very spoiled by free software. Yes, MakerBot still makes printers as far as I know. While the Simplify 3D is in active development, it's just not in continuous development. It does not get small iterative updates like Cura and Prusa Slicer get. I still consider Simplify 3D to be superior to Cura and Prusa Slicer. Prusa Slicer and Cura might have some features that Simplify 3D doesn't have, but I still consider I get better results out of Simplify 3D with less work. No, last update was a year ago, 4.2. That's possible too, but when I put a meter on it, I get proper voltage. That's what's making me. If this was my Geo Metro, I'd say absolutely the voltage regulator is dying. But in this car, everything's computerized, so it's not quite that simple. 0-100 at 3. Now that's interesting. There's 2 cooling fans, but I don't see a way of activating a second cooling fan here. Well, the problem is 3D printing, Professor. That doesn't work. You see, you can afford to do. Okay, you get a game on your cell phone. The game costs $1.99, $2.99. Okay, no, it doesn't. There's no way in hell that game is only worth $2. It's probably worth $20, $30, $40. All right, with the development they put into that game. What they're doing though is they're underselling the game for $2 to make it an impulse buy, to make it it's click, it's only $2. Who cares? Okay, and they compensate for that loss with volume. So you put up a game for 99 cents, $1.99, $2.99, you might sell 1 million copies. You just made $3 million. Okay, that's a lot of money. That makes up for the fact that you're not selling it for $30 like you should. And then you add the in-app purchases. Simplify 3D can't do that. They can't do a free version because the market is limited. There's only so many people who are going to want Simplify 3D, and that so many is a very small number, especially with pretty decent free alternatives like Idea Maker, Prusa Slicer, and Cura. But they still have to pay rent, they still have to pay taxes, they still have to pay salaries, they still have to pay programmers. So they have fixed expenses that don't go away and that a subscription model is not going to fix. Simplify 3D is in a bad spot. They're in a really tough place because they have a business model that can't change from what it is. And I will see they would lose me as a customer. I will not rent software. I buy software, I own it. It's my property. I don't accept licenses. I don't accept license restrictions. You know, people you say you can't post G code according to the terms of service. Well, too bad. The G code belongs to me. I'll post that G code anytime I please. I don't rent software. So they would lose a lot of customers if they tried a rental path. Maybe that would work for them. I don't know. That's something they have to figure out. But the advantage to me of Simplified 3D is it's consistent and reliable. It does exactly what I tell it to do, exactly the way I tell it to. Most times. Most times. There are some times where I butt heads against their algorithm and it drives me crazy, but the community won't support them on Patreon. If the people who are buying $700 printers won't pay $150 for the software, they're not going to support them on Patreon. Plus, they're a little antagonistic. They're although that has changed recently. They haven't been as nasty. Like I'd report a bug and they say that's not a bug, and I'd be like, "Excuse me." When I click on an option and that option says it's going to do this and it doesn't do this, that's a bug. I don't care if you intended it to do something else. It's a bug when what it clearly says is not what it did. But that's beside the point. Let's see, X3 P300, that looks good. Let's see, default printing speed, 50 millimeters per second. 50% is what I usually use there. Avoid crossing outline is fine. Force tracks, minimum travel. This all looks okay. Hello, Colin McLeod. Let's get the frog in here. Let's see. Wait a minute. Select them both. See, align origins, and there we go. We have the frog. Oh, wait a minute. I didn't do the parsing. I still use Photoshop 7 because I can't afford the price they ask. Oh, no question about it. It's just a matter of time. You know, I have to put a significant amount of time into what's Mia and the Kitten Bus? I know. Are you sure it's the right way out? What's that mean? It can only go on one way. Mia and the Kitten Bus. 13-minute animated film by Miyazaki. Oh, wow. Where do I get that? Oh, there it is. It's available online. Oh, it's on Daily Motion. That means I can't download it. I'll have to see if I can find that on videos. I know it's 13 minutes. There it is. 13 minutes. Daily Motion. There it is. Nope, that's on Facebook. Come on, it's not on YouTube. I'll have to find it. I don't think this one can be. This one was pre-assembled before by somebody, and the two plugs here are different lengths, so I'm pretty sure they're okay. But I will test that by simply pressing the button when I tell it to level. I'll find a torrent for it probably. Okay, so I need to set up profiles. I did not do that. There should be a wizard for this. Dual extrusion wizard, yes. What the hell? Well, that's not going to be in there. I have a dual extrusion setup here. Extruder 1, extruder 2. I mean, I could do it manually, but that's a pain in the ass. So this is going to be extruder 1, and it's going to use that one. And this is going to be extruder 2, and it's going to use that one. Select all, continuous printing layer by layer. Oh. I like Star Wars. And that is not dual head. So I did something wrong. So what did I do wrong? I have the two set up here. Yeah, they're set up right. This is set up for, no, this is supposed to be extruder 1. Why did you change that again? 2. I already, why does it keep going back to extruder 2? I know how to fix you. Yeah, now what the fuck you gonna do? What are you gonna do now? Ah! There we go. Don't argue with me. Kick your ass. Give me lip. No, I did not. Is there a tool change script needed, or will it simply home the other head? I would think it would just home the other head. Because we're actually using two separate extruders. I hope. Oh, we're going to find out. Turbines engaged. Make sure that's not going to hit. We're about to find out. I have temperatures, all three. Motion. Why is this so tight? Preheat PLA. That is heating up. Temperature. Preheat PLA 2. There we go. I don't think you can on this. I don't think that's an option. Let's get them out so we can make sure it actually does its thing. If I want to get the filament loaded. I like that. Extruder 1, Extruder 2, ready, fight. I love Mortal Kombat. Ooh, what are you gonna make to eat? I think tonight we're gonna make some beef patties, like Salisbury steak kind of thing, ground beef patties, and some butter noodles. Oh, I'm sorry. Oh, really? When did that happen? Mirroring? Your mirrors were too big and they hit each other in the middle? I'm hoping these are level since they've already messed with this printer. This was obviously already used. How do you feed? How do you feed filament? Can you only command it to feed? You can't actually make it feed? Is there no drive wheel for this? Why is this so tight? Is there no way to push filament through? Oh, there's always going to be some potential snafus. You just deal with it and you move on. It does not push through. I have to turn the knob to advance it. Okay, there, grabbed it. Yeah. I don't know where. Oh, your thing, yeah. Okay. It's literally right around the corner, so it's no big deal. There we go. I start seeing color change. That's good enough. Extruder 2. Yeah, but I don't like doing that. I really don't like doing that. There needs to be a way to release. I know what you're talking about. You just push and the stepper will turn. I just don't like doing that. Yep, finally got the tables in. All right, it grabbed. It doesn't push in. I tried that. It does not push in. And it does not pull out either. That's a pretty minimal amount of oozing. Not bad. Oh, I do have some Hawaiian sweet rolls. Sliders is not a bad idea. That's what I thought, but no. Unless you have to unscrew it to do that. That's a possibility. Alrighty, we are changed. Let's try homing. It's lifting up. That one homes. That one homes. Bed is homing. And that limit switch does work. So it is wired correctly. Actually, it has a homing failed error because I stopped it early. That's interesting. But I have to reset because it's a hard error. Yeah, I'm using OBS. Very unstable software, but it works well. Yeah, I can imagine that was a bit of a nightmare. Ender 2 Retro sounds like just a re-release of the Ender 2, which I'd be totally okay with. Especially if they made it like 140 bucks. It'd be really nice to have a top-notch, high-quality printer at the $140 price range. I'm going to suggest that to them. I think it would sell at 140. I've never played with XSplit. I'll have to look at that. Maybe it'll be more stable than OBS. That's not good. It hits this, which means I need to adjust them. See, that's something they don't tell you. Something is wrong with the encoder on this. I think it's hitting the edge of this here. Oh, absolutely. Parts cooling fans required. Wrong way. Oh, it's that way. You got to make sure that this is outside of the range of this. Otherwise, it impacts at the bottom, which is not something the directions told me to do. Okay. This is a real skinny one. It looks like the hole through the acrylic front here is not quite lined up with the board, but it turns fine without a knob. So the knob is rubbing against the bottom here. No big deal. Pretty good, Gary. How are you doing today? Keeping your victims happy. It's so nice to have a table that's taller, so I'm not hunched over like this over the table when I want to rest my arm on the table. It's at the right height. Yeah, I thought I broke a wheel on my chair, so I ordered new wheels. Yeah, I didn't break the wheel. The arm of the chair has a disc welded on the bottom of the arm, like that, and the wheel goes through that hole in that disc. I tore the weld off the disc. If that misses, and that one doesn't quite miss, I'll have to adjust that one again, but for now we're good. All right. Does this have a... Looks good to me. Why can't I? There it goes. Print from media. 2-color tree frog. Let's hope I did it right. Idex is amazing. I'm so excited to have an Idex printer. Well, Idex is limited to 2. The Prusa system, I think, can do 5. 4 or 5. 310 by 310 by 350 build volume. So basically, it's an Idex CR10. And it's a flex plate. It's a spring steel flex plate on here. Nice. See, he's just chilling there, all curled up in that bed. He loves sleeping in that thing. He loves sleeping near me. It does look like a nice machine. I think they did a half. This is an early release, so it's got little idiosyncrasies. We're assuming that these issues are going to be fixed on release. They could pretty easily do 3. If they made this come out one head further on both sides, they could put 3. You just park 2 heads here or 2 heads here. And having 3 would be nice. Here, my little lender. He's just chilling right there. That's a $78 hunk of cardboard. No, I did not pay for it. I got it free for review. But you know something? I might pay for it if I had to replace it. He likes it. He likes it a lot. And if he likes it, who am I to argue? It also comes, since they tend to like to scratch the center cardboard, it actually comes with spare cardboards for the center. So it's actually not bad. $77.25 for a hunk of cardboard. Now, don't get me wrong, it's a complex hunk of cardboard, but you know, that would not be easy to make. But you know, he likes it. I'm not arguing. I mean, I think I would have difficulty buying one with my own money, but he does like it. I don't know. I don't want to take apart the $78 cardboard widget to find out how it's made. Because I might not be able to get it back together again. But it probably was laser cut. Oh, nice. Yeah, I saw that on the Kickstarter. Hopefully this has the Meanwhile power supply, I'm hoping. Who knows, maybe they'll send me a final version. Having 2 Idex printers would be nice. Okay, they are heated up. Have you seen Galactic Armory is making his own Mandalorian armor? I want that Mando helmet that has all the fancy filigree on the helmet. I haven't found it yet. I'm just super stoked to have an Idex printer. Like, I am seriously happy to have an Idex printer. Not a good offset. Can I tune the offset? I can tune flow, but I can't tune offset. I got to replace the springs. The springs are garbage. I know. I can't wait. It's going to be great. Already wrote what several times? Cat 3D. What did I miss from Cat 3D? My cat is sitting right in front of me on the table. Right. You have to level the tool heads to each other and then calibrate the offsets. This printer was pre-built, so I'm assuming that's been done. They clearly tested this printer first, so I'm hoping that's already been done. And they leveled pretty close to each other. Oh, there's going to need to be an XY offset. How is that head going to know where to go on this one? Well, that's going to be interesting. Z looked pretty good. It was pretty close on Z. Of course, it might need an adjustment. But I have limited time. You know, it's already 2 o'clock. I only got 3 hours left max. Okay. That makes sense. As the world turns when print heads collide. Stay tuned for Extruder 2 next. That's what I thought. I figured there would be a way for me to adjust it, but maybe you can't adjust it live. Because I do have tool change, advanced settings, run out sensors, set home offsets. Nothing else there. Tool change, raise Z. We'll find out soon enough. Yeah, Y won't change as long as those two are in line with each other. But if these two modules aren't perfectly installed, that could be an issue. Is what show still running, Jan? In theory, that should all be preset from the factory. In theory. But while we're printing, let's see if... What's the matter, baby? You all right? Does this tell me anything about doing that? I do like that they actually provide maintenance instructions. Like it tells you here, you know, every 50 hours do this maintenance, monthly every 250 hours do this maintenance. That's actually pretty good that they include stuff like that. Okay. It doesn't say anything about adjusting anything. That's interesting. I'll have to download their updated manual and see if they have instructions for that. Well, there is a guaranteed, or it will. Oh yeah, see, automatically. Very cool. Oh, that makes me happy. That's probably why they designed the proprietary hot end, so that they could fix it from the factory and avoid that entire issue of calibrating. Is it not extruding? Okay, we do have an offset issue a little bit because it is not extruding that first layer. When I push down, it does, which means the right nozzle is a little bit lower than the left nozzle. So for now, I'm going to handle it manually by just giving it a little gap. Oh, it's printing. I see it. Okay. It's hard to see. Oh, yeah, it's printing. Not perfectly, though. There we go. Now we printing. So there is a slight Z offset I'll have to work on. Yes. This is on the Creality resin printer. I did a lousy job painting them, but remember, red is always sus. I got some paintbrushes coming in so I can work on that. I'm almost afraid to start playing that game because I think I'm going to get very addicted to it. Oh, I hope so. I've always wanted a nice, easy-to-use, multicolor printer. Oh. Well, it's definitely off by a tiny bit. I had to lower the bed a tiny bit for the right nozzle. The purple resin worked perfectly. No issues whatsoever. Zero issues. Worked great. That's a big old Marvin on the resin printer. Oh, it's not free on PC? Oh, it's only $5. Yeah, I'm totally okay with $5. Do you have to buy it on Steam, or can I buy it direct? I can buy it direct, so I'm going to buy it direct. Oh, no, it's a Steam key. So it looks like only on Steam. Yeah, for $5, I don't care. I'm cracking up at 2 o'clock in the morning watching these people skull fuck each other and gaslight each other. It's incredible. It's amazing. These people are just evil. Like the guy who spent 3 games setting it up And he spends the whole game hiding in the corner of electrical. And then when he became imposter, he won the game without ever leaving electrical. And people just bought his bullshit as they died one by one. Oh, it was great. Absolutely mind-blowing how good it was. It's so good. Yeah, I've been watching, who have I been watching? Blitz is one. I can tell you a few others. They're probably in my list. So, this guy, Z Royal Viking, he was funny. Mr. Fruit. Mr. Fruit's great. I love Mr. Fruit. Ohm Wrecker. I love Ohm Wrecker. I mean, these guys are just so... Oh my god, it's good. It is just incredibly fun. The game itself is irrelevant. There's not much in the game. Yeah, use the balance first. Hey, what's their name? Jonathan Barnes. Thank you. You just paid for Among Us for me today. He sent me $5 earlier. And I'm using that to buy the game. So far they do. They look perfect. This is just the first layer, of course. Yeah, that's my Resin Marvin. Is that camera dirty? I see like a cloudiness on the video. It must be the ambient light coming through. Boy, these cameras actually get warm. Wow. 2 hours? I think it was 2 hours to print this. This was at 0.2 millimeter layer height. So very thick layers. And it printed fast. 2 second burn time, or 2.5 second burn time, and 0.2 millimeter layers. Yeah, it looks perfect to me. I mean, some of that could be hidden behind squish, but oh yeah, it's fast, dude. It's freaking bloody fast. That is a noise gate, and I don't think there's anything I can do about that. I have those filters turned off, but it's still there. I think that noise gate is built into the mic and the camera. Oh yeah, I do have a noise gate. I do have a noise gate installed. So let me lower the threshold. That looks like it's keeping it active now. You guys prefer to have that background noise when I'm not talking? Well, the noise gate might be a little more abrupt because of how loud this thing is. Is that better? Okay. I'll leave it like that. We can tweak it more if we need to. Looks like the printer's loud enough to keep the noise gate open now. Do I have Steam installed, don't I? I think I do. No, I don't. I love that. That's just awesome when it does that. In and out's annoying? Okay. We'll tweak it as needed to keep it active then. No, I need to install Steam. It's probably this. It says silent board, but it doesn't sound silent. The Creality resin printer is the LD002H. I do have a link on my Amazon page, and if you look at my last two videos, my last two streams, there's a link directly down below for this printer. Let me bring it up and get you that link. Hang on. It's surprisingly cheap too. $250 with a mono screen right there. Currently unavailable, so they're sold out. Let me see if I can find another one, but I think Comgrowl was the only one who had it. Let's see. The R is available for $199, but you don't want that. You want the new H. Yeah, not available right now on Amazon. They're sold out. So you gotta wait till they restock. It's there the whole time already when you were installing the spool holders. What's there? Oh, it sounds like there's a vinyl cutter in the back still. Oh, really? You're hearing a background noise? I don't know enough about. Steven asked about what is the best resin to get. I don't know enough about these machines, the resins, to know which is the best. I just buy the cheapest. So Jan says yes. I might be getting interference from something. So do you hear that background noise right now? Because this is a new setup, so I might be getting interference from somewhere. Let me try moving the camera away from my battery boxes. You still hear it now? Okay, so it's probably not the battery boxes. I'm trying to move things away from the electrical. Hey, one of the fans is already starting to get a bad bearing. See, I have these battery boxes. These are 288 watt-hour UPS lithium battery boxes, and they sometimes produce a little noise. Oh, then you're hearing this. You're hearing the printer. Because the steppers and fans are pretty noisy. This is not a quiet printer. So you're hearing something besides this. Well, here's one way we can test it. I just muted the sound. Did you still hear it? Did you hear it when I muted it? So when I do this, okay, if it was gone then it probably is coming from me. Can I... Okay. So then I have interference somewhere. It could be the printer, could be the power supplies. I wonder if it could be noise reduction. Because I do have noise suppression installed. Let me turn that off. Let me get rid of the noise gate too. Okay, I just got rid of the suppression and the noise gate. Do you still hear the noise? But she said she heard it when the printer was not running. Well, the snow is these fans. Okay, so what you're hearing is the fans on the printer, and the noise suppression was making it sound weird. Okay? Filters, add, noise suppression. How's that sound? Sounds better now? I switched to RNN noise. It says it's higher quality. Yeah, one of these fans is dying in here. Oh, this looks awesome. Good. I switched to a different noise suppressor. It says it's higher quality, so we'll see. Yeah, this is RIP Toucan. If you guys remember Tupac the Toucan. Let me give you guys a close-up of what it's doing. Swivel this up while you get it in there. I haven't watched their videos in a while. How's that new rehabbed toucan they got? The one with the busted up beak? You know, did he rehab nicely? Is he doing well? I haven't seen his videos in a while. Oh man, that is annoying. Oh, it's the housing. Remember I told you the duct was loose for the thing? Yeah, the duct is loose. If it won't let you post it here, then send it to me by either email or on Facebook Messenger. Yeah, Tupac died. Yeah, that's annoying. I'm gonna have to take that apart and fix that. That's really annoying. I love Idex. The very concept of Idex is awesome. Oh, another one passed away. Damn, he has no luck with that, does he? Or her, both of them. That really sucks. Did Steam install? Yeah. So, Nerese dash. That one's 7. Okay. Oh yeah, lights are strung up. I posted pictures, and I posted video as well. The outdoor theater is amazing. I got a new screen to put up. Right now, I have that cloth screen. Hang on, let me log into this. Us. Email message. D2 MAW. Give me 1 second, guys. What the hell? I just selected that and you ignored what I told you not to ignore. Do as you're told. Yay! Oh, that's a pity. Also, Tupac is still around? That's awesome. So, Blondie Bonds, I asked about the outdoor theater. So I have one of those, cheap $50 screens. It's just fabric. Well, what I wanted was the proper screen, the big metal tube, and you pull down the screen. But they're like $400. Like literally, the cheapest one I could find at the 150 inches that I want is $384. I'm like, yeah, no. I found a broken one in Albuquerque for $70. The up and down mechanism stopped working, but that's okay. Once I have it set up, I'm never moving it ever again. So I still have to figure out how to mount it. I got to put some bolts in the. I got some bolts I bought. I got to put some bolts in the frame of the carport so I can hang that big screen. Yep, that's fine. Are you serious? He got into an accident going to the vet? Oh, man. That sucks. I hate when YouTube stops showing me videos from some channels that I want to watch, and I have to go back and find. I probably have to resubscribe because it does that every now and then. Oh my god! Too fast? Took the exit too quick or something? That works. You can buy the fabric screens pretty cheap, 40, $50. That's what I have a manual pull down now, but it's 150 inches. I want it big. That projector is capable of it. I'm doing it, and it looks fantastic. And oh my god, the audio! I got the 5.1 surround sound, the Logitech, computer speakers. Oh my god, they sound so good. Yeah, alignment looks perfect. Oh man. Insurance companies can be dicks. when you have animals like that, you just get very invested in them. Actually, I can just pop this off. That ought to work. What, PJ? Oh, what projector? Hang on, I'll tell you. It was less than $200 when it was on sale. That sucks. That really sucks. Yes, I know. So that's probably pretty loud for you guys now. Maybe better over here. No, that's nasty. I don't like that. Okay. Okay, so this is the projector I got. It is currently $239 with a $20 coupon, so $210. And this is the screen that I initially got. And it is gorgeous. Stunningly gorgeous. I cannot believe $200. And I have a 150-inch movie theater in my backyard. $500 for a movie theater. That includes the speakers, the projector, and the screen. Yeah, but it's basically just a sheet. It's basically a piece of fabric. Yeah, $30-40. They're dirt cheap. Now, if you want, that's only 100 inches. Hey, it's actually cheaper. It's $315. Because what I wanted was this. I wanted a pull-down screen because they're more opaque. But as you can see, it's $315. That's actually cheaper than it was a few months ago when it was $384. Can't see? Can't see what? But I got a used one in Albuquerque for $70. So it's a giant thing sitting out there. I just got to get it hung up. Can't see what, 3D RCNC? Click on the link. I have the D5 link is the screen. The first link is the projector. The second one is the cheap screen, and the third one's the expensive screen. You know what I'm going to have to do next? I'm going to have to supersize this frog. We're going to have to print a big frog. I can show you on the computer. Hang on. So that is that. So this is the projector I got. $209 with this $20 coupon, and it is fantastic. Just mind-blowing how good it is. Considering just a couple of years ago, this would have cost thousands. And then this is the screen that I initially got. $40. It's a 150-inch screen. Takes up the whole entire wall of the trailer. And so that is the soft one. But what I wanted was this one. But it was too expensive, right? I can't afford that much. The frog is going to take a long time to finish. We are at 41 minutes, and we are only 5% in. So it is not going to finish before we're done this stream. So I found one that was broken in Albuquerque for $150. Just the up and down spring mechanism doesn't work, which is fine. I'll just manually unroll it and leave it unrolled. But that'll be much stiffer, much nicer, more opaque, give me that better reflection. What the Simplified tell me? It says 4-hour print. So probably more like 4.5 hours. So about 7 o'clock tonight it'll be done. I'll, of course, post a picture to Facebook. But yeah, that's just mind-blowing. And I don't even need to use my media players. All I do is copy my files to a thumb drive, plug them into the back of this thing, and it just works. It's incredible. It's just, there you go. The back right there. Yeah, I have a, actually, no, I'm sorry. I do the thumb drives, but I also have my Chromecast connected to it. So if I want to watch YouTube, I just pull my phone up and just cast it to the home theater. I keep hoping one of these is going to pop up under review program so I can get a second one. Because I want to put one in here. So I'm thinking if right now I have that custom wood bench that has the fridge, freezer, and my printers on top. Regular inkjet laser printers. And plus some stuff. Well, if I get the sheds done, all that's going to go out in the shed. So I'm thinking we could put a small couch there, and then I could hang a screen, hang a screen from the ceiling here, so we can have our own little theater inside the house here. I've already got a 2.1 sound bar that I can connect to it. But I can't justify spending another $200 on one of these things. So unless it shows up on that program, I can't do that. The alignment looks fine to me. Exactly. Once you have 150-inch viewing, you don't want to go back again. It's very addictive. Yeah, whenever it parks this, the cooling duct vibrates. It's really annoying. I could probably go larger than a 150-inch screen, but there's not enough room. Literally, you can see it. There's literally not enough room. The screen takes up the whole wall. Come on. Dampen it down. There we go. You can see out there, the screen takes up the whole wall. All right, Caliber Manx, you have a great night. Hey, we got a PayPal. Jeffrey Cockenham, $50. Dude, you rock, man. Hell yes, thank you. Yes, you can just paint the surface white, but in my experience, the manufactured surfaces do a better job. I'm not entirely sure why, but the manufactured screens just seem to do a better job of image clarity and brightness. I suspect the screens are slightly reflective, and I think that helps with projecting that light back toward you. But yes, you could just put up a white sheet or a piece of plywood and paint it white. Yes, you can do that. Okay, so it is reflective. Okay. Thank you very much, Jeffrey. I really appreciate that. And again, if you want to help out, the Ibotta link and the fetch links, you sign up, install the app, scan one receipt. I get a couple dollars, and it costs you nothing. See you later, Caliber Manx. Yeah, so far it's working fine. I haven't had to do a thing to it. I think we're still over extruding though. Maybe not. There's not enough there yet to know yet. No, it could just be I have to adjust the settings. Or it could be something bad. A Discord? No, I don't. Let me double check, make sure I didn't goof up my settings here. That is multiplier of 0.92, which should be okay. 1.73. 0.92, 0.4, 1.73. So I think I got it right. Yeah, it's set up right. It's manual. We should be good. Yes. CR10, you should be running at 0.9 to 0.94. All Creality printers. All my Creality printers, I start off at 0.92, and I adjust from there. So far, I have not had any skips. It's been extruding cleanly so far. And I'm running it at 205. And 50 millimeters per second. So far, no issues. So far, zero problems. The instructions were a bit lackluster. Apparently, I got an early set of instructions. Now, I'm pretty sure they built this printer already, and they printed with it. I see There's filament in the both of the feeder units, the extruders, and there was obvious indications that this print bed had been used. So I didn't expect to have too much problem with this printer. This is a beta model. It's an early model. 3D printing professor had an issue with the plugs being reversed. I assume when the Kickstarter printer ship, that will be fixed. And someone else sent me a link to an issue with the extruder from this guy. I will be watching that video later. I do not know whether or not I will have that problem or not. But yeah, basically a turnkey Idex printer. Hell yes. I'll take it every day, please. It is hard to argue with the, retail price is $600. Kickstarter price is $400. It's because of the algorithm. We know about these channels because the algorithm pushes those channels. That's why. There shouldn't be too much resistance. It's a pretty normal setup. The only thing I don't like is the filament sensor setup here. I'm not a fan of that. I would rather those sensors be directly on top of the heads. If it needs it, I will. But it's possible that this is going to be just fine. I've never printed a two-color frog before, so it's possible it's perfectly fine. And so this is not going to be a lot of downforce. It's also going directly into each extruder. No worries. No, actually, I think I'm still over extruding. Meaning I think I need to turn down my extrusion multiplier even further. I'm currently running at 0.92. I think I'm going to try 0.9. Unless this comes out perfect, then I'm going to leave it alone. But no under extrusion yet. It's printing perfect. Of course, I'll print the same thing again. And using the linear rail was a smart move. Because when you use rails plus wheels, there can be a discrepancy in the position of the hardware. And that will be enough to cause you a Z offset issue. By using the linear rail, you pretty much eliminate that problem. As long as the quality control and manufacturing is good for these parts, they'll be in the same spot every time. God, that is annoying. Well, I think 3DPP is definitely sus. Vote him next. AFK, likely excuse. Yes, both extruders stay hot. They're showing both of them staying at 205. That was Blondie Bonsai asked if both extruders stay hot during the whole print. I'm excited to try to print like a two-color Saturn V where it does the black and white for me. That'd be awesome. I'm running 50 millimeters per second with a jerk and acceleration of 3 and 300. I'm not a fan of the ribbon cables. I don't like ribbon cables. I understand why they're using them in this instance, and it does make sense. And these ribbon cables do have proper plugs on them, so hopefully they won't have the same problem that artillery has with their cables. So we'll see. Oh, that's interesting. There is something in the middle. I didn't even notice that. Hey, JG Maker, if you want your bed to be stiffer, use a thicker bed. All right? Use some good 5-6 millimeter aluminum. Problem solved. Oh, yes. I agree. Yeah, vote Blondie. She's the imposter. Oh my god, my favorite, Delirious. He has such an evil laugh. Oh my god, he's so fun to watch. The way he cackles when he gets a kill. Oh my god, it's so good. I could watch him every day. No problem. I could watch him every single day. He's my kind of evil villain. But yes, there is something in the middle. Let me show you that. That's a poor decision on their part. See it? See it right there in the middle? It is right there. I get why they did it, but that makes a lot of assumptions. And those assumptions are probably not the best. Ah, he's the best kind of imposter because you never suspect him. He comes up behind you, sticks that tie around your neck. Yeah. He carries his murder weapon around his neck. Smart people with ties are always sus. What, Christopher Drzwicki? What's the best way to take off the bed sticker without destroying it? Heat it up to help you get started. After that, it doesn't really matter if it's hot. The best way to take it off is to put it on a flat surface like this, hold down the bed, and peel the sticker up little by little as you hold down the bed so you don't warp it. You just got to take your time. It's a pain in the ass. Exactly. Maybe we'll have to get an Among Us session going once we all learn how to play. That'd be hilarious. And after you're done that, you're going to have to take a scraper to it and get all the adhesive off. That is where something like this comes in handy. Very, very good at making sure you get all that adhesive off. I peeled the scab off, so now I got a bunch of blood on my leg. Remove the bed from the printer. Don't do it on a printer. You're going to mess up your kinematics. I don't like glass beds because they're heavy. I prefer flex plates like this has. This has a steel flex plate like a Wham Bam, and that's what I prefer. I love that cat so much. Hi, baby. How you doing? How you doing? Yeah, you love me when I read that spot, don't you? Yeah. He loves when I rub that spot. He's such a good boy. Actually, glass plate on something like an Ender 5 is fine because the Z doesn't, or the Z is not being slung back and forth like it is on a regular slinger. But I still prefer a flex plate. He is so cute. He is a handsome cat. Yeah. Nope. Who doesn't like looking at pretty kitties? We all like looking at pretty kitties. Right, my pretty kitty? You're my pretty kitty? Yeah? You like that? You love when I give you scruffs? Oh, yes. He loves getting scruffed. Oh, he's such a good cat. He is such a good cat. I want to print that cat armor for him and see how badly he tears me up when I try to get him to wear it. Yeah, that'd be bad. Yeah, he seems to be doing fine. He's not too happy about the food arrangement because he only gets fed twice a day. Well, what I've started to do now is she says 1 can of food a day, which blows my mind that that's enough food. I'm going to start weighing them to make sure I'm not underfeeding them. So what I do is in the morning, I give them a half a can each. And then midday, usually right about now, I'll put a little tiny bit of dry food in the bowl for both of them so they can have a snack. There you go. Good luck, 3DP. Dual material print suggestions? Well, for example, one thing that'd be great for dual material is using super cheap PLA for supports and your expensive plastic for the print. So if you're printing a really nice silk or carbon fiber fill Mando helmet, use cheap white PLA for the support. This way you're not blowing your $65 a kilogram filament for things that aren't support. And And then you could also do, most people don't realize this, I suggest oh, I have no idea. I haven't played too much with this. Actually, you don't want your cats eating mice. A cat's lifespan is about 4 or 5 years. Most people don't realize that most cats live to 4 or 5 years. And part of that is getting hit by a car, getting eaten by a coyote, eating a mouse that has parasites in it, stuff like that. Indoor cats that are fed cat food can live 20 years because they're not exposed to all those risks. So while I'm very happy he catches mice, I'm also happy he doesn't eat them. So he has the instinct to catch, but not the instinct to kill and eat. So I just take the mice from him and flush them down the toilet after I kill them. But yeah, by feeding them, processed, reliable food, cats can live 15, 20, even longer years, which is 4 times longer than they live in the wild. So it's part of the reason why cats have lots of kittens, because they don't live very long. They live 5 years, which is why we have to spay and neuter cats, because we are artificially increasing their lifespan 300 to 400%, but they're still producing litters of kittens at a rate for an animal that lives 4 or 5 years. So when you take something that reproduces like that because it has a short lifespan and you give it a long lifespan, you end up with an overpopulation of cats. Well, no, I don't want to overfeed them. I'm very careful about that because I don't want them to get fat. But he gets very pissed off and cries for his food. And it's hard to tell how much of that is a temper tantrum and how much of that is I'm hungry. So there's no way to talk to him. I can't ask him, are you hungry, or are you just pissed that you can't eat whenever you want? And so it's difficult to adjust to that. I have a septic tank. It'll be good organic matter for the septic tank. What I should start doing is what Sean does, Mousetrap Monday. I should start setting up mice in the back to feed the critters and put a camera there and see what shows up. But what I was saying, 3D printing professor, another thing you can do is, a lot of people don't realize, you can print TPU and PLA together and it works. So you can add flexible components to a PLA part. So for example, I printed a can holder where the top and bottom were TPU. So if you dropped it, it didn't just crack. That's what I suspect it is, because he's not getting skinnier. So I think I'm giving him enough. So, man, sometimes he puts up a racket, especially when he sees me go for the food. Oh, he's like, he follows me, he leads me out to the kitchen. He's like, come on. And he comes out, and, as soon as I grab that can of food, he gets excited because he knows it's coming. And sometimes I have to sit there and watch them eat, because he'll finish his food, and then he'll turn around and push Noel out of the way and take Noel's food. And I'll have to stick my foot out and go, and he backs right off. He's like, okay. It's like, I'll fuck your shit up, cat. You leave him alone, you let him eat. There you go. Hey, I tell people, pets like this have something that the human species has mostly lost. We as a species have largely lost this. We gave it to our pets, and then we forgot about it for ourselves. Oh, yeah. Once he learns to use a knife, I'll wake up with a knife in my throat in the morning. He's like, You woke up late. Where's my food? But we taught our pets this concept, and then we forgot about this concept ourselves, which is really sad. And that is unconditional love. That cat wants nothing from me. He wants a place to take a shit, some food and water, and he wants to be pet. And that is all he asks for. Unconditional love. And we need to learn that for ourselves again. There's Nosy. Say hi, Nosy. He's got the most beautiful eyes. He has those milky blue-white eyes. Hi, baby. Mm-hmm. Yeah, true. There'll be times where he'll come up, he'll put his claws on me, and I'll say, okay, time to trim your claws again. And well, here, look at my knee. And this is healed up. So I'll be on the toilet in the bathroom, and he knows when I'm done on that toilet, it's time to get fed. And he'll jump up on my knee and up on my back and on top of the toilet, and then jump back down. But now I keep his front claws trimmed, but I forgot to trim his rear claws. So of course, when his rear claws get up on my knee and he goes to jump up onto my back onto the toilet tank, he digs those rear claws in, and it's like, you fucker. So I've got him here somewhere. He's getting those rear claws trimmed tonight. I got to burrito roll him to do that. I roll him up in a blanket so I can trim his rear claws. Noel likes this. Noel sleeps in the top of that. Ender doesn't sleep up there. Ender sleeps here. Noel sleeps in that. He loves that. And I think it's because he's a slightly smaller cat, so he fits better. Hi. How you doing? You know, that's a pretty pose. Which means I need a picture. Hey, Ender. You photobombing, Ender? Hey, there you go. That's a nice shot. They follow me wherever I go. They sleep with me half the night. If her door's closed, they'll sleep in my bed the whole night. And they take up the whole bed. I have a queen size bed. They take up 3/4 of it. Well, I got the water fountains for the cats, and they seem to really like the water fountains. Thank God for that review program, because that's what, $200 in water fountains that I could never afford. Actually, just got another one. It's all stainless steel, and it's got a replaceable pump, which is really nice. I don't know. Michelle named her cat the Siamese. He's named Noel, and my cat, the brown tabby, is Ender. That might not be as hard as you think. They make things like this. Let me find it here somewhere. There it is. So they make things like this. Electronic water timers. These are super quiet. These are ultra quiet. You can't hear it. So maybe have something like this connected up to a faucet. You know, put a splitter or T on your sink and run this off the T and a hose to your dog's bowl, and then have a drain on the dog's bowl where it gets up a certain amount and it drains out, and just have it go right through the wall outside, and just have the excess drain outside, and have this turn on. I don't know if it has that kind of granularity, because what you'd want to do is have it turn on for like 1 minute. So just top up the bowl. And if it ever overfills the bowl, the excess would just flow outside. But you might be able to use something like this to do that. If you put a restrictor, you know, 3D print a washer with a restrictor hole in there, so only a little bit of water comes out if you have to run this longer. And then just have this turn on for if it's capable of it. I don't know if this can. Oh, wait a minute. This can do seconds. Zero minute 1 second, 0 minute 2 seconds, 0 minute 3 seconds. Up to, oh, so this can do seconds. So that works. So tell this to turn on for 5 seconds. You know, keep the water bowl full. And you could use something like this. And these are like $30. They're cheap. You could use something like this to create an automatically continuously filled water bowl. And that'll keep it fresh too. Nice. If their device does click, put it in another room. Oh, talk about the feeding bowl. That is so annoying. I can handle the fans. That rattling plastic is going to drive me crazy. Like, I want to murder somebody. That plastic is so annoying. No, it's always been Nolan Ender. I never heard Melzy. Melzy board? Like a Melzy printer board? I think you were mishearing us say Nolsey. His name is Noel, but Michelle will a lot of times call him Nolsey. So you probably heard Nolsey, heard her say Nolsey, but you heard Melzy. That makes the most sense. It's so similar. Hey, I finally got a pot filler. I don't know why. I don't cook for 8 people anymore, so I don't really need that kind of a pot anymore. But I've always wanted a pot filler. I just like the idea of it. But most of them are wall mount, and I don't want to tear apart my wall and all that tile work. So I finally found a deck mount pot filler on the review program, so I didn't have to pay for it because it was $105. I'm not paying that. But it's a deck mount pot filler. So all I gotta do is put an extra hole in my sink and mount it right there. Yep, that makes sense. Maybe I can't do that while it's moving though, because I'll F something up if I try that. I don't know if there's enough of a. See, I don't want to mess with it while it's moving. Yeah, almost no waste whatsoever. I am super stoked about having Idex. Yeah, it might not be over extruding. It looks good. I might have just had too much squish on my first layer because this is looking very nice. Yeah, that's not bad. I wish I had the money to do that. I've only had two Kickstarters burn me. The Peachy printer, that's very old, and that wasn't the inventor's fault. His financial partner screwed him, embezzled all his money, and built himself a house. Screwed the guy badly. And then the one that I'm so desperate for it not to fail, but I'm pretty sure it's failed. Sabertron, the lightsaber swords that you can actually play fight with, and it would keep score. I wanted that to succeed so badly. That just looked like so much fun. I'm still hopeful, but there haven't been any updates in a long time. I'm pretty sure it's dead, which really sucks. But otherwise, I just look at the project and you get a gut feeling. You look at it and you go, okay, that looks feasible. It's not a render. It's an actual product. They seem legit. It's a relatively low back end cost, so it'd be pretty hard for them to bust their budget. And you'd take a gamble that way. If it looks sketchy, I wait and I buy it after it's released. I don't have any desire to get it early, so to speak. I don't care. As long as I get it eventually, it's all I care about. This one's fine. This is an established company that is not using Kickstarter for its original purpose. Kickstarter has two purposes. Crowdfunding platforms have two purposes. One is to crowdfund angel investment money to allow them to make something they couldn't make otherwise. Okay? That's not what this is. That's what Peachy Printer was. The other use for Kickstarter is just a convenient storefront for getting in front of a lot of people. So Creality is not using Kickstarter to fund the production of a printer. Creality is using Kickstarter for its access to the media and its prestige. JG Maker is the same thing. They're using Kickstarter as a storefront. When I get my zero fucks given coins, they're not using Kickstarter to fund it. They're already making the coins. They're just using Kickstarter as a convenient platform. It's what all of their user base is used to. It's advertising. It's a storefront. It's convenient. Now, that's only applicable to companies that are established that you trust. JG Maker, Creality, Zero Fucks Given. These are established, trustworthy. They have a track record companies. So this is safe. You order this, I'm 99% certain you're going to get it and it'll be fine. Now, if you have a 3D printer from a company you've never heard from before, be careful. Yeah, sure. Sorry, kitty. Actually, it'd be easier if I just pop it out of here. Come on, stop tangling. It'll be a little noisy, but that'll give you a close-up of it. I like it. It tastes better without the fizz. Oh, I see. Conversation. No problem. Yeah, it does look pretty good. Yeah, that's because of the pattern they chose for the two colors, so that they're a little more continuous. But those will be stripes once it prints. Yes, two colors, orange and yellow. Orange and yellow. I think I have some PVA somewhere. It'd probably be easier to order another roll than try to dig through 700 kilograms to find it. I can't wait until I have the money to, buy some proper steel rack shelving so I can get all that filament onto shelving. That's going to be a hell of a picture. But yeah, I would like to play with water soluble supports. Although I hear PETG makes a very good separatable support for printing. Like PETG and PLA don't stick together very well. And so you can print them directly in contact with each other and still separate them. I have to look into that more. So like PVA, but a whole lot cheaper. Oh God, you are so cute, cat. He is absolutely adorable. Let's see if I can get a picture without him moving. Oh yeah. He's my kitty. He's my kitty kitty. Yes. I'm about to post a review to it today. I actually gotta make an episode for it too. You are talking about this. The Sunlow Dry Box. Works very well. No issues with it for the most part, but it does have some problems. One, it never gets past 38 degrees in here. So good for PLA, probably PETG. For nylon. They can't just crank up the temperature because the heating element is down here. So if you crank up the temperature, this is going to get too hot when this gets to the right temperature. So it needs a fan. One of the reasons the original Esun one had a fan was so that I can circulate the air inside of here and get a consistent temperature throughout the entire unit. It also needs insulation because at the thermal capacity of this heater, it cannot produce heat faster than this container can radiate it to the environment. Oh, and also make sure if you use one of these, I think you press and hold the right button and it switches from temperature to hours. It defaults to 3 hours and turns off. Crank it up to 24. What are you talking about, Randy? Usually Max is a bigger build volume. So the CR10 Max has a gigantic, almost 500 by 500 build volume. The Ender 3 Max, which I'll be doing next week, it's sitting actually still in the car. The Ender 3 Max has a nearly CR10 build volume, yet it's an Ender 3. So that's a Max. And the same thing with the CR6 SE Max. It's a 400 by 400 build volume. Thermodynamics aren't a bitch. They're just non-negotiable. They're not going to have a discussion with you. You'll either obey or you'll suffer the consequences. Gravity, on the other hand, gravity's a bitch. Fuck gravity. Virtual East Coast rep rap? I didn't know there was one going on. I'll have to check it out. Yeah, I guess this is about time for that, isn't it? What I want to see more of, and I guess there's a cost to it, and that's why we don't see a lot of it. No, quantum mechanics is a cat. I want more matte filaments. That are not shiny, but are very, very dull matte finish. No, it's a 310 by 310 by 350, I think. Yeah, Twitter is being a bitch. I might just sign up for a new account, but I'm afraid they might just close the new account. Okay. As you know, I don't usually rate printers because that requires extensive usage in order to be able to rate them. And by the time you have the extensive usage, they're no longer relevant because something new has come out. But what I do is I give printers a safe to buy or not safe to buy. And that's based on my initial impressions. So far, assuming the release printer is of the same quality as this, I would give it an initial safe to buy. We put it together. It was easy to assemble, and it works as it's supposed to. I mean, I created a 2 extruder profile in Simplify 3D. I didn't need to create any scripting. I didn't need to tune anything. I didn't need to adjust any offsets. I just made a file, and I clicked go, and it worked. That's pretty impressive. I mean, that's really impressive. This could make getting into 2-color printing very easy. Good 2-color printing, meaning you're not going to have to worry about jams because you have independent extruders. So you're not trying to shove 2 filaments into one nozzle. And that also allows you to do actual true multi-material. I would give this an initial safe to buy. I trust the company. They have made many printers before. I've done a lot of them. They work great. I don't have any major issues. Sometimes the print quality is not quite as good as a Creality printer, but that usually takes someone like me to notice the difference. If you hand a print to average Joe from either printer, they most of the time won't be able to tell the difference. In general, it appears to be functioning like it should. The machining is excellent. Quality control seems excellent. I'm a bit iffy on the ribbon cables, but I understand why they're using them, and they appear to have gone to lengths to make them relatively reliable. Be careful pushing down like this on the print cable. I already broke one of these tabs, although it seems to be working fine. As far as what I'm going to... Oh, yeah. We typically go till 4 o'clock. And I started late today. Usually I start at 9, 10 o'clock. But today we didn't start till like 11:15. But I love the fact that it has the nice smooth extrusions. They put a lot of custom machining into those extrusions. I love that they're milled out. So this thing basically snaps together. This interface, I'm assuming this is a beta model and that this will be cleaned up. I'd like to see them move away from the pay more for the extras and just have the pro model be the model instead of having multiple models. Not a huge deal, just a nice would be. Linear rail was the right choice. Not a fan of the proprietary nozzles, but if proprietary nozzles means I don't have to adjust this thing, bring on the proprietary nozzles. I'm okay with that. But I need more sizes, up to 1 millimeter. Okay, 0.8 is not enough. I need a 1 millimeter nozzle. And I also need hardened tool steel nozzles. All right, not stainless steel, not titanium. I need hardened tool steel or copper nickel plated. Okay, I need some good quality nozzles because I can't just go and buy whatever I want to put on here. I want to print some carbon fiber on this. I want to print some glow in the dark on this. I can't do that with these nozzles. Okay. You've done so much to tune this thing to be all good to go. So how about a little bit of finishing touches here? All right. How about having a slot that bucket fits in so it can't be installed wrong? Okay. Awesome. Oh, let me measure this. They actually have a flex plate on here already, but let me measure how big this one is. It's probably 310 by, actually, no, it's going to be bigger. Oh, no, it's almost exactly that. And that ruler is all worn out. So that's 300. What? We need a different ruler. The markings are worn out on the edge of this one. I do not know where the ruler is. Well, that's going to have to wait until I get another ruler. That is 12 inches exactly. This says it's supposed to have a 310 by 310 build volume, but the bed is not 310 wide. The bed's like 305 wide. That's weird. Maybe that's a prototype thing? Because that looks like about 305. Assuming this ruler is exactly 300. That's 305 millimeters. But it's programmed for a 310 millimeter build volume. Weird. Where the heck is that other ruler? Yeah, I don't want to guess on the measurements for you. So I'll wait till I find another ruler because this one's missing. It wore off on the end here. So you can't read it anymore. Not a fan of this tab on the front because it makes applying the bed difficult because it projects on the bottom. Oh, so it is 310. Okay. So it is 310. Interesting. And how big is it this way? Yeah, it's exactly 310 by 310. So this bed is precisely 310 by 310. JG Aurora, that's not the best idea in the world. In the future, make the printer a little wider and make the bed at least 5 millimeters bigger in both directions than your printable volume. So make it 315 by 315 in order to make a 310 by 310 build volume so that if the nozzle's close to the edge, it doesn't go off. Yeah, I'm pretty sure you already have 310 by 310. So you're ready-made for this. You're good to go. And because it already has a magnetic surface on it, you just need the steel plate. And it seems like a strong one, too. This seems pretty stiff. So far, it's working great. I mean, zero issues. I mean, misalignment of those parts because the instructions weren't clear on how to do that. But otherwise, nothing's malfunctioning. I mean, out of the box, it's just working. That's impressive. Yeah, this is you see it's a little bit bigger. So it probably is spot on 310. I need to get a bigger roller. I need like a 500 millimeter roller. Where in the world is that other freaking roller? It was on the table. Yeah, 2 hours and that's all the frog is done. It's gonna be a 5 hour print. No, the build volume is 310 by 310. So this can address 310 by 310 by 350. Yes. This is a dual color now. We're doing the tree frog. I sliced it myself. It's not pre-sliced. And it is orange and yellow. Now I want to do a multicolor of the imposters. Print the visor white and the rest, whatever color. I could see entire 2-color rockets, like printing a Saturn V without having to paint it. That does not get old. I love watching that. Oh, absolutely. Matter of fact, I want to print it bigger. So, TOTORO. So is this the one that's 2-color? I wish. I'm not quite that level yet. It is. It's very satisfying. Is this 2-color? Oh, I think this is 2-color. It does have a whole bunch of files. So that's all one. And this looks like pieces. What the hell? That seems really complicated. Why all the extra pieces? I don't know. I would assume so, since it's custom hardware. Actually, I think Mosaic came up with a simple program to make two-color STLs. Isn't that what their canvas is? If it outputs an STL, then of course it will. If it doesn't output an STL, then maybe not. Ah, that's too bad. Yeah. If it's pumping out G code, then yes. I was hoping it would create an STL. They probably did that on purpose. Someone posted a link to that two-color. Somebody posted a link earlier to the two-color Totoro. The other nice thing about Idex, which is what this is, it's individually indexed um, heads, is that you don't lose build volume. I don't think Canvas will work with non-Mosaic. Well, Mosaic doesn't make printers; they make the palette that goes in between the printers. Oh, cool! Yeah, I would love a palette, but I just can't justify it. I can't justify $700. So maybe one day. I would pay money for a handheld little gadget where I stick the filament in both ends and it splices it together for me. I'd pay money for that because that would make doing multi-kilogram prints a whole lot easier. It was a 39 number. It was a thing number 39 something. Let's see if I can find it. Oh, chat doesn't go all the way back to the beginning. Oh crap, I can't go all the way back to the beginning of chat. Does anybody remember that thing number that was posted earlier? Maybe I can find it in my history. Hey, excuse me. Do as you're told. Maybe that's it. Oh, that is it. Okay. Found it. Oh, it's the same file. Okay, so it is a big clump of stuff. That's a different one, but let me check that out too. Yeah, I didn't want the one with his hands up in the air. But yeah, I grabbed that one too. Any particular reason why I can't go backwards? So this is the one I was looking for. It's a bit complicated, so I got to work with it. Well, that's it for today, gentlemen and ladies. It is 4 o'clock. I'm going to go run and get the mail. Oh, I got a PayPal I got to let you guys know about. Grissom, thank you. $20 on PayPal. Thank you very, very much for that. I appreciate that a lot. This is the JG Maker Artist D. It is available on Kickstarter. Link is down below. I get no kickbacks from that except for the fact that they gave me the printer. It's an Idex machine with a nearly CR10 build volume, 310, 310, 350. And so far, it seems to work fine. Check out 3D Printing Professor's video on this printer. And that's it. I'm going to post pictures to Facebook when the frog is done. I'm also going to try to slice up the Totoro. I'm going to go see if I can find some black and white filament or gray and white filament so I can print up a Totoro and go from there. Yeah, I would give this a provisional safe to buy. I trust the company, so I don't think you're going to have a problem with Kickstarter. This is an established, known company. It was JG Aurora, now JG Maker. And it's a well-built machine. I mean, they didn't skimp. Thank you for not skimping. I don't see any place where they've cheaped out. So you guys have a great night, and I will see you next week. Next week, we will do the Ender 3 Max. So that will be fun. And the Kickstarter for this ends in about a week. If you're... I'm not suggesting people buy this, but if you're baller and you really know you want these, they have a 2-pack for $700. That's $350 a piece. That's pretty cheap. That's pretty damn cheap. So I will see you all guys later. I'll send you measurements later when I get a proper ruler. Oh, I'm sorry. But I think it is exactly 310 by 310, so your existing sheets will work fine on this. And go from there. I will see you all later.